All right. Happy Saturday, everybody. And for anybody here on the VOD or on YouTube, wonderful to have you here regardless of what day it is. Thank you, Velia. Good morning. Or at this point, good afternoon. Yeah, so for I earlier the week, Devil Dude was mentioning that I forgot that the UK and the Americas have different daylight savings times for starts. For us, we lose an hour tomorrow. I can't wait for daylight savings times to just stop being a thing. Yeah, wonderful to see you. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, confusing is one way to put it. Sounds like a plan. And hey, Phoebe! Wonderful to see you as well. Hope you're having a good weekend. Appreciate you making me a part of it. Alright, so let's get into client, get warmed up, and get to work. Yeah, no worries, no worries, Kivelia. You do you, fam. Sleep's actually been pretty good the past couple days, surprisingly. If you're wondering about the tweets, I use scheduled tweets for my Go Live announcements at this point. So, all of those tweets saying when I'm going to be going live, I set those up like 2 days ago. Oh yeah, there were like a couple times like when I've had trouble sleeping, I will get on Twitter, but it is very rare. If I'm ever having difficulty falling asleep, I try to stay off any media entirely. But I mean, I've had sleep onset trouble for like almost 2 decades now, and it's gotten pretty manageable. It's I want to say now maybe once a month, if maybe once every 2 months that I have a night where I really have trouble getting to sleep. So it's not too often. Silver linings. Oof, that's either offset or some drift. We will see, though. We'll get it figured out. Yeah, I didn't realize when I first tuned into your stream yesterday, Kivelia, when you were playing Drop Z, that was the new song for this month. I figured it was just a Cannonballer song I'd forgotten about. Oof. Yeah, there actually might be a little bit of drift. We'll see. We'll do one or two more songs just to get timing locked in. And, we'll relaunch client if needed. Hey, Kitty! Wonderful to see you as well! Hope you're doing alright. Yeah, I noticed that! In regards to, sometime? So, I'm actually curious. It is! Okay! Because the doubles charts got redone as well. And I was wondering if it was going to be the newer versions or if it was going to be the older versions. Because, like, with, what was it? It's from Troopers. Chill House. What is the name of it? Is it Majugata or something else? But it was like something that we found that it was still using the older DP charts. But yeah, I'm psyched to dig into this sometime at some point this stream. Also, yeah, I've been hearing about that event, which is kind of hilarious. It's like, oh, I don't need Conaste, I'm an arcade player. Are you sure about that? Yeah, the more I hear about the way unlock events have been in recent years, the happier I am to just be a Conaste player and like not be bothered, because some of them seem like a nuisance and a half. In fact, yesterday, the Nostalgia Twitter account announced that they had to temporarily suspend song pack sales for certain reasons, and I wouldn't be surprised if it was related due to the that unlock event. I think there's just a pinch of drift. So we're gonna very quickly restart client, do one more timing check, and then we're gonna get to work. Yeah, exactly, Kitty. Like, if it's, feed the machine all your Pasali, I mean, yeah, what else is new? That's how Konami makes their money. But, like, all the song and dance on, like, needing to play a bajillion different games in, like, certain amounts, like, I ain't got time for that. But, like, unlock events, like, they can be, like, these huge things. Like, look at Linkle Kingdom. Like, Linkle Kingdom and what you did to unlock stuff was absurd. And I say that in the best way possible. But, like, some of these unlock events where it's like, yeah, you need to play certain mixtures of certain games, but only in certain combinations, and then you get... Just give me a song if I give you money. This does not have to be complicated. All right, so let's get client relaunched, and that should hopefully fix that minor drift we had. There we go. And as we're getting back into client, again, happy Saturday, folks. I do see we have a few more folks joining in. Wonderful to have you here. As always, whether you're saying hi in chat, lurking and vibing, or if you're, with me on the VOD or on YouTube, appreciate you being here. And for anybody that might be new to the stream, wonderful to have you here. And also, please don't be afraid to ask any questions. Huge part of why I stream is to help folks either get into these games or just get more involved with the music game community. It's barely 1 p.m. here and it's dark. Well, I mean, I'm not going to complain about that because I think the sun is a giant, evil ball of cancer. So, Demonologist! Wonderful to see you. Hope you're having a good weekend. Hope you've been well. Yeah, hope you and the Mrs. Chicano have been doing well. Absolutely despise winter. I mean, fair. Like, winter's my favorite season. I know that I am in the minority, so. He might UV risk. Yeah, like, like SAD is a thing. Like, so, if that is a factor for you, my condolences. Alright, so, let's quickly get back into client. Do one more timing check, just to make sure that Drift is not messing with us, and then we'll get to work on some of those requests that are coming in. I see that we have a few more folks joining in as well. Again, wonderful to have you here. Appreciate you making me a part of your day. Hey, Okabe! Wonderful to see you as well. It's me. Game is drifting offsets recently. I haven't noticed a whole lot of trouble. I have noticed that, like, over the span of several hours, offset has tended to drift more than it used to, but, like, over a 4-hour session, like, I might go from, let's say, X to plus 1.0, and recently it's been more up to as much as 1.5. But again, that's like over the span of several hours. But in terms of like really short-term aggression, for drifting. I haven't really noticed anything. But then again, my setup also seems to be incredibly lucky and not have as nearly the amount of like timing or drift trouble that a lot of other folks have. So, and more importantly, wonderful to have you here. Hope you're having a good Saturday afternoon or a Saturday evening at this point. All right, so no drift anymore. Good. But yeah, we have to poke offset, but yeah, that's fine. All right, so let's start digging into some requests. Let's see, up first. Ooh, Philly's asking for Speed Rocker. Let's go. As usual, Ken is drunk. I'm not so sure about as usual. Because, like, honestly, like, the other Canos clients, like, Lively, like, rarely have to adjust the offset for that, and for Nostalgia, never. Like, Nostalgia is moves just about as much as a glacier. You know what? Let's see just how awake we are. As always, much obliged for the request, Kivelia. Ooh, a Voltex block. I'm all for that. Yeah, for this early into the session, we'll take PB -1. Good stuff. Much obliged for that, Kivelia. Yeah, I saw on Twitter that you were also talking about that song as well. Yeah, it's good work. Sour Please for sure. Also, earlier, Kivelia, I know you mentioned about the song pack. That you're excited about that since you're starting to break into 10s. Again, amazing session yesterday. You were absolutely on fire. Ooh. So, Demonologist is requesting a song that is Pumpkin Spice Feels. I have a couple ideas, but suggestions, chat? Up next, though, Kitty is here, which means, you know, it's 2 a.m. somewhere. Oh, man, that is one of the weirdest inside jokes for this community. Still love it, though. Of a close call there with Groove Gauge, but yeah, we got there. Yeah, such a good remix. I think I'm more of a fan of the original, but like both, good stuff. Yeah, part of that is me not being fully awake enough, and part of it is that chart having some honestly weird crossover like chords in a single hand, and also, you know, older chart kind of jacks out of nowhere. Whew. Yeah, if we weren't awake before, we are now. And hey, Kieran's wonderful to see you. Hope you've been well. Appreciate you making me a part of your weekend. 2 a.m. for more awake, yeah. Right. See, up next, Demonologist is asking for something with pumpkin spice feels. Yeah, like Orange Lounge kind of goes for it. But I feel like that's more like summer than like fall and winter. Like in terms of like pumpkin spice feels, like for me that sounds like, you know, being cozy. And also, you know, either fall or winter time. And the song that I think fits that most is Chira Chira. our timing's a little all over the place, but I'm pretty sure it's me and it's not client. But yeah, I think for, like, you know, quote-unquote pumpkin spice feels, I want to say more that as opposed to the Orange Lounge series, although not a bad suggestion. And again, Demonologist, appreciate the request. Good to see you as well, Kieran's. No idea, pumpkin spice, I know Old Spice. Honestly, I keep forgetting about Sky High, but part of that is also because, you know, I started off as a DDR player, so I think of the old DDR song whenever I hear that song title. Right. So let's see, up next, we've got some additionals in the queue. Let's see. So yeah, we'll do a Sayonara Heaven for Fippy. And then Okame and Cuvelia have some requests aimed at the other. Such a good song. Really glad this got crossed over as much as it did. As always, Vippy, much obliged. And before we dive into some peak Nekomata, half past the hour, roughly 30, 25 minutes before the hour, so about that before we take our first stretch break. And again, thank you all for being here. Again, whether you're saying hi in chat, lurking and vibing, or if you're with me on the VOD or on YouTube, thank you so much for making me a part of your day. Really do appreciate it. And for anyone that might be new to the stream, wonderful to have you here. But also, please don't be afraid to ask any questions. Huge part of why I stream is to help folks either get into these games or just get more involved with the music game community. Some of the Zure in that song is incredibly aggressive, but absolutely love it. Hey, Malezra! Princess Mexico! Wonderful to see you both! Hope you're doing well. Appreciate you making me a part of your weekend. Yeah, she's, Lexi's been getting incredibly brave. Or more accurately, she's more trusting. Whenever she's been, like, exploring downstairs, she's, like, less likely to suddenly, like, bolt when she sees one of us, like, you know, walking towards her. Like, I am so proud of her. Grass is key sounding. Yeah, the EQing on this is really weird. Because not only is like, you know, certain aspects of it like super loud, but it really varies from the normal hyper and the another. It's a really interesting experience. But again, solid song. Much obliged for that, Fippy. And again, Malezra, Princess, along with a few other folks that we've got joining in that are getting their lurk on. Appreciate you being here. Alright, so, up next, Kivelia and Okume are requesting songs for the other. And then after that, we'll have some Black Lolita for Princess. And then we'll kick off our first block. Let's get to it. Let's do Rice Metal first. Absolutely love this song. I mean, it's both Asaki and 96 just hamming it up. I mean, what's not to love? And before we jump into one of the best collabs, in my opinion, quick reminder, folks, you matter, you're valid, you deserve to be happy. Don't let anyone tell you differently, friends, family, coworkers, most of all, you. You know, when times are tough, your perception's going to get distorted. And things that are nonsense, like that things can't change for the better and you don't deserve to be happy, might seem to be less nonsense and maybe, you know, possible truths. I repeat this as often as I do because I hope in those moments of, you know, difficulty, you're able to remember that that's not the case. Again, you matter. You're valid. You deserve to be happy. And the world is always a better place because of you being in it. And for what it's worth, I'm incredibly grateful to have you all here. Such a fun song. Much obliged for that, Okume and Kivelia. Hey! Wonderful to see you, Cleopatra! Hope you've been well. So yeah, we were at triple six for a while, and then we went back down to 665. I'm hoping it was just, you know, someone getting banned from Twitch as opposed to me losing a follower, but yeah, we recently got back up yesterday. Yeah, I love how that song, like, you know, it sounds like it's an absolutely metal song, and like, it's just like, nah, fam, rice is delicious. Alright, let's do... Yeah, because I do want to stay relatively on time for when we're doing breaks, so we'll do the other song request between Cuvelia and Okame. Then we'll kick off our first stream block. Then at that point, we'll take our first stretch break. And then when we come back from the break, we'll have some Goth Lolita, or sorry, Black Lolita, Princess Mexico, and Sleep Satan for Cleo. But, up next, Cuvelia asked for, you know, Okame for Okame. And Okame's asking for Sky High for Cuvelia. Let's go. Always appreciate those good vibes. Also, I don't play Sky High all that often. Because again, I always think of the old DDR song instead of this song. Yeah, let's keep trying to put some pep in our step. Farm Brothers. Oh man. Honestly, like I could see them like as if it was a cartoon, just going absolutely like, you know, ludicrously hard with some farming utensils. Oh, that'd be hilarious. And Liard, wonderful to see you. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, like exactly, Fippy. Like whenever I hear Sky High, like that's the one that gets in my head as opposed to this one. Yeah, it's an incredibly difficult 10. Like, it's not really an 11. Like, it is a 10. It just really constantly switches from alternating patterns, like 16th gallops, trills. It's just very difficult to keep up with. And we'll get the A on that eventually. For now, though, again, Cuvelia and Okame. Much obliged. Synergy for Angels? Yes! So that was, if I'm remembering correctly, That was part of the Bimani Academy, which was a like a crossover event for all of the games, but the songs came out in all of the games as well. So anything from Bimani Academy should be in Infinitas. I don't think there's anything that isn't. Also, just very quickly catching up on chat. However, is quantum teleportation incredibly difficult. So with LED songs, especially songs that were originally on CS tiles, their doubles charts are very, very difficult. Having said that, you know, while quantum teleportation is hard on both singles and doubles, it is much more difficult on doubles. In fact, quantum DPA is one of the hardest 12s. It's a 12.7. And the Hyper is rated an 11.0. Like, it is rough. Like, and it's a shame because, like, it's not a typical LED song, and I'm actually quite a fan. So, yeah, I don't mind playing it, but to answer your question, very. Alright, so we will be doing Hades and Giga Thrash in a little bit, but first, right now it's time for us to kick off our first song request block of the stream. So we have a song request block in from Qvelia for a Sound of Voltex block. Reverse order, Carry Me Away, Revolver, Invitation from Mr. C, Sounds of Summer. But up first, we've got some Lapis, and yeah, I'm not gonna complain about that.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah, I actually very briefly played Voltex like 1 and 2 before, you know, realizing that I wasn't a fan of high-end gameplay because of the effectors, but one of the first songs I played, just by chance, and immediately fell in love with was Paradoxy by Lapis. Absolutely wonderful stuff. I'm so glad that they got crossed over into 2DX as quickly as they did. Supposed to get the... Ooh! Congratulations, Leard, and best of luck with that in regards to, like, you know, shipping, arrival, all that.
Transfer complete. One, two, three.
Such good stuff. Like, I remember when I first heard Paradoxy, I was just like, Okay, so this is basically, what if the drum break was the whole song? Absolutely love Lapis for how, like, delightfully chaotic they are. Whew. All right. One down, 4 to go. Yeah, Lapis, if you liked that princess, I would highly recommend checking out Lapis, especially, they have an album that came out a few years ago, Beyond the Limit, and it's very similar to this. Just lots of, like, high-end breaks and tech breaks. Just, such good stuff. Alright, up next, an amazing crossover from Voltec, Sounds of Summer. I love this song. This song is just, I don't want to say hype, because that's kind of a cliche, but, like, it is so, like, positively high energy. Absolutely love it. As we're about to dig into some Homaju, roughly 7 minutes before the hour. Normally that's when we take our first stretch break, but we've got this and then 3 more songs to do, and then we'll be taking our first break. And again, thank you all for being here. Whether you've been saying hi in chat, lurking and vibing, or if you've been with me on the VOD or on YouTube, really do appreciate you making me a part of your day. And a quick reminder for anyone that might be new to the stream, first off, wonderful to have you here. But also, please don't be afraid to ask any questions. Huge part of why I stream is to help folks either get into these games or just get more involved with the music game community. Lapis T. So T-Paz is more like frenetic or like really just like chaos in their songs in terms of like how quickly like styles change or melodies change or moods change. Whereas I'd say Lapis is just really like technical drum breaks and song breaks just over and over and over, which is why sometimes the genre for what Lapis does is high tech, because it's just technical breaks nonstop. Yeah, we'll get that PB and triple one day, but for now, perfectly fine with that. And again, such a like upbeat song, like literally. Also, regarding like musical chaos, like I've actually said this before, like Lapis is like just about as chaotic as I think I would prefer things. And even so, like Lapis is one of my favorite artists. But like sometimes T-Paz is a bit too much for me. But doesn't change the fact that the work he does is still like incredibly technical. And hey Todd! Wonderful to see you! Hope we're having a good Saturday afternoon. Thank you so much for making me a part of it, and also thank you for resubscribing. A year and a half already. Thank you so much. Very, very kind of you. Thank you. And more importantly, wonderful to have you here. Hope you're doing well. Hope the weekend's treating you all right. Saw the tweet just before I went live regarding the houseplants. Hope they're doing well. I've actually tried keeping plants before, and it's never worked out well, but I have some digital ones that I water. They're healthy. Yeah, wonderful to see you. All right, 2 down, 3 to go in the Voltex block from Cuvelia. Up next, we got Invitation from Mr. C. Huge fan of this song, but I mean, then again, Lapis, C-Show, and Usao, like some of my favorite artists, and they all busted into the scene at roughly the same time, so.
Make some
So much fun. Show for you, thank you. Digital plants. Yep. Oh yeah, like it's not even Animal Crossing. It's a game called Verde, and it's digital succulents. It's mainly more of a daily reminder, because like if you don't water them in real time, like they will eventually wither and die, and it's part of my daily routine. It's part of my check-in to make sure I'm doing well. It's just catching up on chat. Yep, no surprise to see a reflection hitting the queue. Alright, so 2 more to go. And then we'll be finished with the Voltex block. We'll also be taking our first break. Up next, we've got Revolver. And this song I honestly do not remember at all, but then again, anything later than Cinnabuzz, still kind of a blur for me, and we need to fix that. Let's go! Yeah, that was very good. I mean, I saw high tech trance for the genre, so I knew we were in for a good time. But yeah, you are not wrong, Dot. That was dope as all heck. And hey, Devil Dude! Wonderful to see you. Hope you're having a good weekend. Appreciate you tuning in. Alright, one more to go in the Voltex block. We'll be taking our first break. Last but not least, got Carry Me Away, which I believe is also Lapis. And again, talking about Beyond the Limit, like this is really similar to the sound of that album. Yeah, this is the song I was thinking of. Yeah, so again, Princess Mexico, if you like what you're hearing, highly recommend checking out that album. Absolutely just nothing but S tier material.
I see that bright light stealing up the sky, makes me wanna fly. Fly away, the sunlight reminds me of you, but I won't look back no more. Just away. Guess you used to find what you want. I'm going to fly away to a place I've never seen. I see that bright light stealing up the sky, makes me wanna fly. Fly away, the sunlight reminds me of you, but I won't look back. Look back no more. Just away. Guess you used to find what you want. I'm going to fly away to a place I've
Such good material. Ooh. And again, Kivelia, much obliged as always. Ooh, and I see we've got our next block on deck. Looks like we've got a restart block. Very nice Cleo. So we'll be getting to that in a little while. But for right now, it is almost 10 past the hour. We do try to do our breaks once an hour on the hour. So maybe it's been a while since you've last stood up, walked around, gotten some water. That's what I'm going to be doing. And I invite you to join me. And remember, folks, if there's somebody you haven't heard from in a while, even just a simple message of, hey, how are you doing? It could be a world of difference, so please be sure that you're checking in on the folks that you care about. And I'll see all of you wonderful folks in 180 seconds. All right, welcome back, everybody. Before we jump into more songs and shenanigans, again, thank you so much for being here. Really do appreciate it. As always, whether that's where you're, saying hi in chat, lurking and vibing, or if you're with me on the VOD or on YouTube. Well, I hope you're enjoying the stream. More importantly, I hope you're all having a wonderful day. And for anyone that is new to the stream, fantastic to have you here. And also, please don't be afraid to ask any questions. A huge part of why I stream is to help folks either get into these games or just get more involved with the music game community. So, up next, we've got a song for Dot, some poppin' for Lierd, something regarding our current follower count. But first, Princess Mexico's here, which means it's time to play Giga Thrash. And hey, J-Mitch! Wonderful to see you! Hope you're having a good Saturday morning. And as Nightbot has been mentioning, or should be mentioning, it is, so this coming Friday, or next weekend, Fastest Furs is doing a charity marathon for Midwest Access Coalition, and Jam is just going to be doing some cross beats, and I'm lucky enough to have been asked to commentate, so that's going to be a lot of fun. But yeah, hope you're having a great weekend, Jamich. Appreciate you being here. Also, just catching up on chat. Devil Dude, try to install DTX. Website to get songs. Looks sketchy. I have panic. So I know that you're afraid of viruses and whatnot, and like on the one hand, like rational fear. On the other, like if it's a site that's been vetted by the community, like I wouldn't be too concerned. I'm not as familiar with DTX as I am some of the other games. Lierd, I know that you were saying hi earlier because you've also got that pop request in the queue, and I know you dropped a link at one point for DTX, and I forgot to bookmark it. If you could maybe re-mention that in chat. Also, Yaladre, speaking of DTX, you might be able to jump in on that as well. And wonderful to see you as well. Hope you're doing okay. Trans Lifeline. I checked. According to the announcements I saw, it was Midwest Access. But I mean, either way, whether it's Trans Lifeline or Midwest, like they're both amazing causes. So like, zero complaints from me. And just making sure I mentioned it as well. Again, Jamich, very kind of you to resub. Thank you so much. Just shy of 30 months. How has it been that long already? super early. Not sure if client shifted, but yeah, we'll keep an eye on it. More importantly, though, amazing song. Always happy to play that for you, princess. Yeah, I was about to say, approved DTX, like, in addition to, that website, they're also a really big streamer as well. So... Oh, weird! I could have sworn that you were regular already, Audrey. Thank you for fixing that, Jam Mitch. I'm also really quickly grabbing those links so I can bookmark them for later, just so if other folks ask, I have them. Thank you both for the assistance. And again, Devil Dude, if you do have any questions, please don't hesitate. Got those marked for later. Alright, so, up next, so, for a while we were at 665 followers, because we lost one at some point, but now we're back to the funny number. So Cleopatra's asking for Hades. Let's go! Also, up next will be a song for Dot, and then we've got Leard requesting my fave poppin' song in 2DX so far. I'm honestly not sure. There's a bunch of potential candidates for that. I think I know which one I'm going to go for just for the sake of playing a poppin' song that's in 2DX, and it's one that I haven't played in a while, but folks, I'm curious. Fave poppin' crossovers? Yeah, client shifted. Just gonna very quickly poke blue number, then we'll jump back in. Feel like we're getting possibly. Like, I'm still not super familiar with them, but like everything I've heard, anyways, has been super strong. But I know that they've also got more AC material too. Yeah, hip rock is definitely up there. good song. Much obliged for that, Cleo. Appreciate it. Right, so up next, Q-Valley's asking for a song for Dot. And now that I'm saying song for Dot, now I'm thinking about the literal song for Dot that was in a license for SMX Tricky. Okay, that's not getting out of my head anytime soon. Good. But Q-Valley's asking for an absolute S-tier song. I remember when this got revealed, it was in a revival in Tricoro. I flipped out a bit because this was one of the last CS songs I was waiting to get revived. Still hoping for Troposphere, but I know I've mentioned this before, but one of the reasons I love this song so much, as Nekomata is known for his instrumentation and like the voices that he uses for his melodies, his percussion work is phenomenal, and this really highlights that. Yeah, just absolute masterclass in percussion and spacing. Such a good song. Always happy to play that, Q-Valley. And again, Dot, wonderful to have you here. Song's always, yeah, always amazing for real. Yep. Station. Oh man. So on the one hand, like, likely never, because, you know, absolutely a license. But like all the House Nation remixes in Empress were amazing. And I wish we had House Nation, because song's a bop. Ooh, thank you for that link as well. I'll add that to the collection later. So, up next, Laird was asking for my favorite poppin' song in 2DX. I'm not sure what my absolute favorite would be. A couple that come to mind. High School Love, because, I mean, classic Yoshitaka, and, like, Song is amazing. Also, we've got, you know, what I would argue is the Bumani national anthem. I know Kitty was saying Hip Rock 3. So, while this might not be my all-time favorite poppin' song in 2DX, it's one that I haven't played in a while, and it's actually pretty similar to an Onokin song in Nostalgia that's arranged by Red Glasses that I'm a really big fan of. Let me quickly grab it. I always forget the name, but then again, you know, it's Japanese. 1 second. Where are you? There we are. But yeah, this song here, quickly becoming one of my favorite things to play in Nostalgia. And this song is not quite that, but there's definitely some overlap, so why not? Plus, again, not sure when we last played this, so... That's a 17 miscount. Let's be bold. We'll give this one shot. Yeah, like it's just absolutely a bop. So glad that High School Love almost immediately got crossed over from Fever to like everything imaginable, because that song is so good. Oh, the site for Habble, that's Fudokan? Good to know, because I actually do know Fudokan. They're an amazing both DTX but also a Taiko streamer. Good to know. Is May on here? Did know is Infinitas? Oh, like it absolutely needs to be an Infinitas. May is one of like the boss songs in 2DX that kind of helped set the standard for like all boss songs moving forward. So yeah, it absolutely is. And good to know, Leard. Thank you.
風に揺らめくかがり火が底なしの影を望める静寂乱すざめき今にない魅力なれば刃の抜き放ちかめてるわ我の覚悟高く高く舞い踊ろう月の影を背にして愛しいものを守るため我はシャトルなの風に散りゆく夜桜目隠しの解き放ない弱き者のままに導くが我の定めたやすく折れる心を信頼さればいざ参る
Oh, we can totally get that. I am going to move on for now, but I am adding that to the run back queue. We'll come back to that in just a little bit. Oh, that is slightly upsetting. Alright, sorry about that, Laird, but we are going to come back to that. For now, let's move on. Also just clean up the here a little bit. Quite a few additionals in the queue. I didn't realize we had that many flying in. Holy heck. Alright, so let's get to work. Up next, Devilude asking for a legend. And believe it or not, this is actually one of the easier 11s for doubles. Like, it's basically a 10. I believe SNJ has this as a 10.5. But yeah, absolutely love this song. Like, you know, it's tattooed on my wrist for a reason. And as we're about to say hello to Pluto, quick reminder, half past the hour. So we've got roughly 30 minutes before we take our next stretch break. And again, thank you all so much for being here. We have a ton of folks tuned in right now. And as always, whether you're saying hi in chat or just lurking and vibing, thank you so much for making me a part of your day, folks. I really do appreciate it. Same goes for anyone that's with me on the VOD or on YouTube. And last but not least, for anyone that is new to the stream, wonderful to have you here. But also, please don't be afraid to ask any questions. Huge part of why I stream is to help folks either get into these games or just get more involved with the music game community. Hey, Richie! Wonderful to see you. Hope you're doing well. Kitty asking about random. So random on doubles is a very different thing than it is for singles. Also, Richie, been a bit since I last saw you in chat. Hope you have been well. Appreciate you making me a part of your weekend. So it's a very different thing on doubles because on singles, like, you literally have enough fingers to cover all 7 keys and then still have something for turntable. But on doubles, you know, you can't quite cover everything, and there is the fact that you are jumping over to turntable and coming back. And the charts compensate for that. Like, typically, if you're about to go to turntable or you're about to come back from turntable, usually you're coming back in on left side on either like 1 key or 1 and 3. So let's say random gets turned on and that 1 suddenly becomes 7. That's a lot of travel. And it's like not all that great. One of the things for practice, like on singles, like doing random to get new patterns and, you know, get better, like random is a thing. And it starts at like 7s. I've heard some folks say even like once you're getting into 6s, you should turn on random for practice. For doubles, there's what's called double battle random, where you are playing the singles chart on both hands, but either you have it mirrored, so like 1 is 7 and similarly, or you have both on random. And typically when you do that, you also turn auto scratch on, because again, the jumps will not be healthy. And usually for doubles, DBR starts becoming a thing that you might want to consider much later in the game, typically around late 10s, early 11s. It's actually something I need to do more frequently, and it's something I've actually finally started doing during some of my failing forward streams. But yeah, random is a very different thing for doubles. little sloppier than I would have preferred, but again, S tier song. Always happy to play that devil, dude. And I think I forgot to mention, but Kitty, fantastic question. Thank you so much for asking. Oh, if only. But like thinking about the cover art for Concertino, like calling Concertino Flute Man, like, yeah, that's not off the mark. But actually, no, Flute Man's a really good Slake song, although good Slake song is debatable, because, yeah, a lot of folks are not a fan of Slake. Wait, were those 24s? And then some, Kitty. Like, the reason that May is called Human Sequencer is the whole song. You are playing the entire song. You are a human sequencer. Yeah, nothing to apologize, Eladra. You're fine. Alright. So, we do have another block on deck from Cleopatra with some Restar selections. And we've been a little slow on getting to the queue, so let's do 2 more songs, and then we'll kick off that that block. But yeah, up next, Richie's asking for Flute Man. Let's go. Also, catching up on Troy. Yeah, it has been a bit, Raichi, and again, appreciate you being here. Hope life's been treating you well. Ooh. So, Yaladre is asking for my absolute favorite song. I honestly don't know what my absolute favorite would be. One of them is Avant-Garde, but that's unfortunately not in Infinitas. I'm not immediately sure. I can, however, think of a song I adore, and I have a ton of fun playing in terms of the chart as well. So I think we'll go with that. And yeah, there's the obvious absolute joke, but no, there's a Lapis song that I sometimes play as a victory lap, like when I'm wrapping up my streams, that I actually haven't played in a while. So we'll do that next, and then we'll kick off that Ryu Star block. And some of you folks might know what that song is going to be. Yeah, song's super good. It's just so tricky to time because there's lots of like 16th jacks and Zure and just kind of odd changes, but like as much as folks may not be a fan of Slake, definitely a perfect representation of older Bimani when, you know, there was less idea on what a game's sound and identity was, and we just had and I say this in the best way, stuff that was just all over the place. Absolutely love it. Much obliged for that, Richie. Alright, so, the letter's asking for my absolute favorite. And again, this is not my absolute favorite. It could be, depending on the day, but it is a song I absolutely love. A chart I absolutely love. I just feel the way that it connects with the song and how it feels to physically execute is just wonderful. And yeah, it's actually been a bit since we've played it, so why not? And as we're about to jump into some Lapis, 15 minutes before the hour, roughly that before we take our next stretch break, because after this we've got our next song block to play through, then we'll take our next break. And again, thank you all for being here. Hope everyone's enjoying the stream, but more importantly, hope you're all having a good weekend. Again, whether that's you folks that are saying hi in chat, anyone that's lurking and vibing, or if you're with me on the VOD or on YouTube, again, thank you for being here. Really do appreciate it. Just a literal joy to execute every single time. Much obliged, Yolodre. Appreciate it. Ooh, Alien Temple is not, unfortunately. But if you want me to play something else, just let me know in chat. Be happy to make that happen. There is some ping pong, but there's not a lot. And hey, welcome to Ty! Happy Saturday, wonderful to see you. Chrome, please. Alright, so, up next, we've got our next song block of the stream. Cleopatra's asking for a Ryu Star block. Reverse order, Plan 8, Coma, Harmony and Lovely, and Viva, but first, absolutely amazing artcore piece. Let's go for the hyper. Yeah, the much like the singles, the hyper has that really aggressive eighth note run, but it's one-handed, similar to Colors, both the radio and the Eurobeat edit, or the Wyanko edit, I should say. Yeah, fortunately no feedback either. So if you do want to triple check, there is a link for the song list for Infinitas. And if you're not finding anything specific, Rachie, it can always be open-ended too in regards to like genre or artist. Again, just let me know. Be happy to make that happen. Still can't believe I managed to get that hard cleared back on Pendule. No idea how, but ooh, yeah, that 1-3-5 roll, it is very aggressive. And basically the only difference between the hyper and the another, 10 and 11, is there's more stuff going on while you're doing the roll, like on your other hand. That's really it. So calm. Oh god! Yeah! Yep, that is definitely Narcissus at Oasis for sure. Texture? Yeah, we can definitely do texture. Yeah, for all-time favorite Slake songs, it's either texture or advance. So yeah, happy to get to that. But right now, we've got a song block to get through. Up next, a surprisingly easygoing 11. We haven't dipped our toes into anything like super dense yet, so why not? And I know this is nothing new when I say this, but both this and Afro Knuckle easily could have been like overcharted nightmares, and I'm so happy that they're not. Yeah, Rachie, we'll get to texture in a bit, because again, a lot of additionals in the queue. I'll be getting through them as quickly as I can. But for right now, let's get some more Ryu Star. Oh, hey, +9! I honestly thought I had dropped the PB, because I knew we started off strong, but I thought I let it slip, like, way more earlier. Huh, we'll take that. Yeah, mark that for highlights. Yeah, doesn't matter if it's +5,000 or +1 or +9. PBs are PBs. You take those. Respect for Jets over here. I mean, not far off the mark on that. Is Dirty Blood is SP and doable on double battle? So, for double battle, I can do like 5s and 6s. Not really 7s, but yeah, I'm all for trying that for funsies. But up next, I believe it was Harmony and Lovely. Yes! Great restart from Distorted. And again, Cleo, thank you for the block. Just solid work. And I know nothing new in saying this, but like when Restart like tends to pivot from happy hardcore, always tends to just knock it out of the park. So funny you put that in the queue, Devil, dude, because that's actually also lined up from Cleo as an additional. Probably going to be getting to that in like 4 or 5 more. Assuming no other ASAP requests come in. Whew. Alright, so 2 more to go in the restart block. And then at that point we'll take our next stretch break. So let's see. Right, come on! This song's super fun. Oh, we're only minus 21? Oh, I would have pushed myself more if I had known that. Such a fun song. According to restart. 7 days because of the 7 keys. That's funny. Thank you for the refund, Kivelia. The DPH and DPA both tens. Yeah, like that's always calls for alarm on my end. It's just like, oh great, the hype and the nether are both the same. They're both the same. Also, Cuvelian, wonderful to see you. It's been a bit since I've seen you in chat. Hope life's been treating you well. Appreciate you making me a part of your weekend. Alright, we got one more to go in the Restart block. And again, Cleopatra, thank you. So yeah, last but not least, the one more extra stage from the first boss song set in Tricoro. I remember when this came out, a lot of folks collectively lost their minds. Whew. Yeah, it's been a hot minute since we played this. Let's go. Seven and flashing 7, what's the problem? That is so incredibly on the nose, Kitty. Like I'm both like, mad and not even mad. Ugh. Ooh, that felt super sloppy, but it's also been a hot minute since we've played that. It's a good song, though. And again, Cleo, thank you so much for that block of Restart. Appreciate it as always. But for right now, it is 5 minutes past the hour. It is time for us to take our next stretch break. So, maybe it's been a while since you've last stood up, walked around, gotten some water. That's what I'm gonna be doing. And I invite you to join me. And, Kawachi! Wonderful to see you! Thank you so much for the raid! How did your stream go? For folks that are, coming in on that raid,
Hi, I'm Shinji. You probably are familiar with me and my shenanigans, but if not, typically I play doubles on 2DX. Hope you're all having a fantastic weekend. Wonderful to have you all here. But yeah, so how did your stream go, Kawachi? What were you up to today? Doing some Resident? Nice! Yeah, because I saw on Twitter that the flash drive finally arrived. So yeah, how did Resident go? Almost got it down, starts to start. Very nice! Alright, so I actually was just about to take my next stretch break, but, you know, since we have folks coming in on the raid, let's do one more. So, let's see. So a while ago, we had some additionals from Cleo and Okame, but Kiveli was also asking for a Drop C, which is, a new song this month that I haven't played yet. So, let's fix that. Need to wrap her gear? Yep, fair. There we go. Yeah, aside from yesterday when you played that on your stream, Kiveli, hadn't heard that before. Good song, and yeah, glad the softening wasn't a nightmare. Did you just do that thing? Yeah, so when a new style comes out, 12s are locked for a time, and then depending on either your Dan rank, unlock progress, or other factors, yeah, then other difficulties eventually become available. You know, gotta do that drip feed. Alright, so, now at this point, it is definitely time for us to take our next stretch break. So, maybe it's been a while since you've last stood up, walked around, gotten some water. That's what I'm gonna be doing, and I invite you to join me. And remember folks, if there's something you haven't heard from in a while, even just a simple message of, hey, how are you doing? Could be a world of difference, so please be sure that you're checking in on the folks that you care about. I'll see all of you wonderful folks in 180 seconds. Alright, welcome back everybody! Before we jump into more songs and shenanigans, again, thank you so much for being here. Whether you've been saying hi in chat, lurking and vibing, or if you've been with me on the VOD or on YouTube, thank you so much for making me part of your day. Really do appreciate it. And for anyone that is new to the stream, wonderful to have you here. But also, please don't be afraid to ask any questions. Huge part of why I stream is to help folks either get into these games or just get more involved with the music game community. And Sapphire, wonderful to see you. Thank you so much for coming through on the raid with Kawachi. Hope you're having a great weekend. So, we have quite a few additionals in the queue. Let's get to them. So, Okame was asking for Station Cat Waltz because, you know, Saturday is Catterday. Fine by me. Like, honestly, I love this song, but God, it's aggressive in terms of the charting. Yeah, and in regard to Cat Song, I know that they're not perfect emotes, but we finally have emotes of Lexi, and they are available for followers. I also recently added a Mash Cat from Nostalgia, because, yeah, we need Mash Cat. How was that PB? That did not feel PB at all. Yeah, that song is so aggressive. Still, plus 38 is plus. We take those. Just marked that for highlights. And again, Okuman, thank you for that request. Helping to make that PB happen. Yeah, on the one hand, like, inverse border bonus, but on the other, like, we have gotten the normal clear, so I'm not too upset about it. I just am amazed that was a PB. It didn't feel like we were on pace at all. Alright. And hey, we're Startsy! Wonderful to see you as well! I heard that you almost got the Safari on Resident. Congratulations! And also, wonderful to have you here. Alright, up next, so both Devil Dude and Cleopatra put in a request for, as Cleopatra put it, bag the way Naoki intended. So, let's do... Because I have tried playing it on just 0, and that does not end well. Let's do... High speed... Go. I literally cannot see the notes because my judgment's in the way. I did not mean to actually restart. I actually want to quit out, and I'm going to quickly turn off judgment so that way I can actually see the notes. Oh, that's relatively recently they added the classic speed mods for Infinitas. Alright, one more once. But yeah, that's your speed preview. If you're on the classic or regular high speed, you actually do have a scroll preview. If you put it on to float though, then that gets rid of the preview. Yeah, low speed on DDR is a very different thing from low speed in 2DX. Ooh. Still, it's been a while since we've done that, so no complaints. And again, Cleo and Devil Dude, always happy to oblige. Right, up next, yeah, Kitty Catastrophe is asking for Synergy for Angels, one of the Bimani Academy crossovers. Or, not crossover, but Academy songs, I should say, because it came out on everything at the same time. Oh, -2. Hot damn. Yeah, we could probably bump that up if we replayed that. But for now, that is perfectly fine. It's also been a bit since we played that too. Much obliged, Kitty. Never noticed it before for the yeah, because I mean, usually you use float for high speed, so yeah. Oh man, Rage Against Usual Legendary is so out for blood, especially on the DPL. Alright, let's see. Up next, Jem is just asking for a favorite 2DX song in Poppin'. I honestly forget in regards to like what's crossed over from 2DX to Poppin'. I'm actually gonna quickly hop over to the list for Lively and look at the 2DX song pack. Let's see. See, we could do Asian Distracted. Okay, let's see. So we could be Asian Distracted or Everlasting Last. Yeah, let's do Everlasting. Get some dice game. Is it true? Yeah! And I am so happy people found out about that because some of the, like every now and then on Twitter, like I'm scrolling on my timeline and then I just see someone T-posing for dominance in an arcade and it always cracks me up. Glad we actually pushed on and managed to hang on to that PB. Good stuff. Like, honestly, I haven't felt like we were on form for PBs today, but not gonna say no. Mark for highlights. And again, Jamich, much obliged for that request. Helping to make that happen. It's about the terrible excuse for a Dance Evo replacement. Like, so Dance Evolution, or in the US on the Connect, was Dance Masters. Like, I actually liked that. But, yeah, I'm trying to remember their name. 1 second. Let's see if I can quickly find it. Oh, I can't find it. I know it's in my Twitter feed, but there's a user that that's a music game player, but they're also a wheelchair user, and like she normally plays Groove Coaster because she's able to like perfectly slide between the controllers and nice and comfy. But when that got found out, she quickly posted a photo of her in her wheelchair T-posing and clearing a song, and it was just like, I'm happy to announce that Dance Around is wheelchair accessible. But yeah, just the fact that T-posing works, like, cone my please. Alright, up next, so shortly after Bag as Naoki Intended got requested, Princess Mexico brought up Maximum Fascination. That's one of this is replayed facts, so why not? Also, it is just about 30 minutes before the hour, roughly. So we've got about that before we take our next stretch break. And again, thank you all so much for being here. We have a ton of folks tuned in today. Really appreciate all of you making me a part of your day. And again, that's whether you've been saying hi in chat, lurking and vibing, or if you've been with me on the VOD or on YouTube, thank you so much. And a reminder, for anyone that might be new to the stream, wonderful to have you here. But also, please don't be afraid to ask any questions. Huge part of why I stream is to help folks either get into these games or just get more involved with the music game community. Yeah, broken record, but still, great song. God, that chart. Hey, 68K! Wonderful to see you! Person sketch stream? Doesn't matter. Like, any amount of time that you're both able and willing to make me a part of your day, it's all that matters. Full stop. And hope life has been treating you well. Wonderful to see you. And again, Princess Mexico, appreciate that request, because, you know, awful chart aside, it's a good song. I don't mind playing it. Not at all. Alright, let's keep on trying to tear through the additionals, because we have quite a few in the queue, and I'm doing my best to catch up. Let's see. Next. Ooh. Devil Dude asking for Poppy Pia, yeah. And again, given the song, I figured the chart would have been more irritating, but like this chart is surprisingly fun. And we're really close to AAAing it too, we just need to be more consistent. Oof, almost had that PB. Just, for some reason, got a little off rhythm, had trouble relocking back in. But again, surprisingly fun chart. Stuff slowly coming together. Excellent. Love to hear that. Huh. I'm also just realizing a quote-unquote mistake that I need to quickly fix. One moment. And again, Devil Dude, much obliged for that request. There we go. All right. So let's see. Up next. Hold on. Did that not say? There we go. All right. So up next. Ooh. Right. Raichi was asking for texture. Let's go. Yeah, I know some of Slick's other work can be divisive, but this, sorry, no, this song's amazing. Not the best collab, but I like it. Like honestly, like the biggest issue I have with Sequence Cat is the hyper, because it's rated a 10. It is not a 10. But chart and difficulty gripes aside, Sequence Cat's fantastic. Yeah, it's either that or Advance for all-time favorite Slake song. So good. Much obliged for that, Rachie. All right. So I do need to poke Offset. Let's do before I forget. There we are. And hey, Judy's! Wonderful to see you! Yeah, also, been a little bit since I saw you last in chat. Hope life's been treating you well. Wonderful to have you here. And, 15 minutes before the hour, so 15 minutes before we take our next stretch break. And again, thank you all so much for being here. We have a ton of folks tuned in today. Really appreciate it. Hope you're all enjoying the stream and, more importantly, having a good weekend. Whether you're, saying hi, lurking and vibing, or if you've been looking on the VOD or on YouTube. Really appreciate you being here. And a reminder for anyone that's joining in that might be new to the stream, wonderful to have you here. But also, please don't be afraid to ask any questions. Huge part of why I stream is to help folks either get into these games or just get more involved with the music game community. So, Jerry's just asking for something wonderful. I think we can manage that. Catching up on chat. Let's get back in the arcade. First credit plays. Yeah, it's a really strong song. It's just, again, that hyper is one of a couple of charts that's going to keep me from having a hard clear on the level 10 folder for quite some time. And that's not even including all of the battle chart nonsense. song's got some weird timing to it. Yeah, good LED song. And if I remember correctly, before it got recharted in Copula, it used to have vocals, and I believe it got removed, which is kind of a shame. But as always, Journey, much obliged for the request, and again, hope you're doing well. Yeah, in regards to like battle chart nonsense, yeah, like 22 Dunk is like a peak example. Alright, so, let's see. Next. Ooh. Philly was asking for Blueberry Stream. Classic whack, let's go. Wait, is this whack? Pretty sure it is. Oh no, it's Taka! But it's kind of like old whack adjacent, so. Yeah, older chart. Let's enjoy this because the song's got really good vibes. Good stuff. Yeah, it's not quite like whack, but it is close. But yeah, echoing on what you're saying, Catastrophe in regards to like old chart jank, classic whack. Yeah, like some of the timing on older charts is also interesting. Oh, that might have been one of your earlier Crust Velia that I thought was a misheard lyric or something, and I think I did redeem that by accident. Yeah, let's quickly get sometime on the books as well. And I'm excited because this actually got recharted in Heroic Verse, and this is the new charts. Sounds like film music. Like, honestly, it kind of is. That's the intention. Like, it's got a genre of soundtrack. Like, that's actually the idea. Plus, the video is phenomenal. It's an old video with Tran helping to save a cat. And before we help Tran save a feline, It's been a bit since we last said this, and again, we have a ton of folks tuned in, so I think it is worth repeating. Remember, folks, you matter, you are valid, you deserve to be happy. Don't let anyone tell you different, including yourself. And I hope, as we start to get into the end of year and holiday season, that you're all remembering to take care of yourselves. As busy as life can get, when things are less a balancing act and more of a juggling act, I hope all of you are remembering to take time for self-care. Eating well and, remembering to exercise and, give yourself a little bit of breathing room every day isn't going to mean anything if you're also not, giving yourself enough time to get proper rest. Again, hope all of you are doing well. It is amazing to have you here. And again, the repetition, because when you're in trouble, it can be difficult to remember this. But again, you matter. You are valid. You deserve to be happy. And the world is always a better place because of you being in it. For what it's worth, I'm incredibly grateful to have you all here.
And in the midst of all these troubles,
Classic by Aya. And guys, yeah, like I was saying earlier when I was like, I just realized there was a mistake I need to fix. That might have been it. Itchy and scratchy for a turntable block. Love it! So it is a couple minutes before the hour. I think we'll do 2 more songs, take our next stretch break, and then we'll immediately kick off that block. The things we do for our pets. So was that... Yeah, like... I think there is some trombone in this. Like, it's mainly trumpet, but... And I do need to play Trombone Champ. That game is amazing. And again, Kivelia, much obliged. Alright, so let's do 2 more, and then we'll take our next and last stretch break. So I do see that request coming in from Kawachi, even though it's not a 50-pointer. I know you haven't requested anything yet, so I do want to get to that relatively quickly. But first, we were talking about DBR earlier, and Kivelia is asking, so, is Journey of Madness SPN doable? I mean, technically, yes, but I'm not sure how I'm going to do on it. But let's find out. So we're not going to be doing random on this. We're just going to do a double battle mirror. And I know that hand cam is covering up some of it, but for random options, it is individual to each side. So that's why I've got mirror turned on for right side. But below that, there are two more options: synchronized random and symmetry random, which lets you have a either perfectly mirrored random or an inverted mirror random, which is very nice. Yeah, it's not so much of for science, because again, doing all slams, like the end of Dirty DPA has double slams, like they're doable. It's just the rest of this chart being a 7, and can I one-hand it? Because I'm more closer to 6s for double battle, but yeah, this should be interesting at the very least. And yeah, that starting note preview, totally not terrifying. Honestly, wasn't sure if we were going to get that. Yeah, some of the DP Kaidens have they don't just do a double battle random, but they'll also do it on EX, and yeah, I've seen some of those videos show up in my Twitter feed, and not sure if it's impressive, terrifying, or both. Yes, Kawachi, so Kivo is asking for the double battle for Dirty SPN. And as we were talking about earlier, like double battle mirror or double battle random, it's a really good practice tool for doubles. It's kind of the equivalent of using random on singles, but because of, you know, the way it works, nothing gets saved in terms of like score data or lamps, which is really unfortunate. So a lot of double players have like spreadsheets of like what they've done on double battle, and it's something I also need to start doing more frequently myself. All right, so a couple minutes past the hour, we're gonna do one more song, and then we'll take our next and last stretch break. Kawachi was asking for anything from Nekomata and underrated. I can think of something that's both Nekomata, that I really love, and I think is underrated. Much obliged as always. And again, Kawachi, thank you for that raid earlier, and more importantly, I hope the first day of a resident went well for you. And Uka, wonderful to see you. Hope you're having a good weekend. Am I kidding? Oh God, no. So for singles, I do not play singles at all. When I first started playing 2DX, I did play singles just to get a feel for the game. But even when I first started, I always intended to just be focused on doubles. And I got up to doing, I'd say, 8s and 9s, mainly just 8s and like easier 9s on singles. And then at that point, I had started doing doubles, like easing into it. And then at that point, which was about like 6 months in, I switched and I do not play singles at all. If I have to, I can do 7s and 8s and some 9s. But anything above that is incredibly difficult for me. And both either playing or watching singles at like the 9 level and higher literally hurts my head. Like it makes me dizzy. It's almost like an uncanny valley like disconnect. I just do not process it well. But yeah, so I am not kiting on SP at all. And Uka, the session, it's fantastic. Only a couple PBs, but today's requests and chill. And it has been wonderful. A lot of folks, a lot of great requests, some great discussion, and like I cannot complain. And I hope you're able to say the same. So good. And I know it's really tricky for timing on singles. It is for doubles too, but also talking about singles versus doubles, like singles is always really dense and like just you need to parse what the game wants you to do, whereas doubles, it's more multitasking. And on the doubles version of Portal, the fact that you are doing straight eighth notes on one hand and triplets on another, as opposed to having it all blurred together, like I actually think it's easier to do on doubles than singles. But yeah, such a good song. Much obliged, Kawachi. Saw a video of someone playing Yellow and Jelly. Yeah, that's oh gosh, what's his name? I think it's Matopisi or Matopsi. But yeah, they do a bunch of videos of like, different controller setups, or like I know one time they did Orange Lounge with electricity conductors connected to oranges and stuff like that. Like they do a really good work. Let's see, what is that username? Yeah, what was it? Marupo, that's it. I'm actually going to toss a link to them in chat. Because, yeah, they are wonderful. There's actually a couple of times where they've done community videos where it's like, hey, do you play X game? And deliberately asking, like, for players outside of Japan and, like, kind of doing a cut montage of all of them playing the song together. Like, they do wonderful work. Highly recommend following them. Alright, so with that, it is 10 past the hour. It is time for us to take our next and last stretch break. So, maybe it's been a while since you've last stood up, walked around, gotten some water. That's what I'm going to be doing, and I invite you to join me. And remember, folks, if there's somebody you haven't heard from in a while, even just a simple message of, hey, how are you doing? Could be a world of difference. So please be sure that you're checking in on the folks that you care about. And I'll see all of you wonderful folks in 180 seconds. Alright, welcome back everybody! Before we jump into more songs and shenanigans, again, thank you so much for being here. We have quite a few folks tuned in today, and while I hope you're all enjoying the stream, more importantly, I hope you're having an amazing weekend. As always, that's whether you're saying hi in chat, lurking and vibing, or if you've been with me on the VOD or on YouTube, thank you for making me a part of your day. And for anyone new to the stream, wonderful to have you here, but also please don't be afraid to ask any questions. A huge part of why I stream is to help folks either get into these games or just get more involved with the music game community. So, let's see. So, up next, we've got our next song request block of the stream. We have a itchy and scratchy block from Good Luck on Your Journeys. So, in reverse order, Beachside, Long Train, Red by Jack Trance, Samurai Scramble. But up first, we've got Black by X Crossfade. Yeah, and we haven't really done a whole lot of turntable heavy stuff today, aside from Plan 8, so let's dig in. Man, a couple of my streams or back-to-back scratches were just a hair off, and it's tricky to correct. That might have been a PB or close to it if we'd been a little bit more on point. But like even still, minus 46, that's nothing to complain about. Whew. It's one down, 4 to go. I'm actually psyched about this block because, again, on singles, scratching is kind of a nightmare, and on doubles, it's incredibly fun. Like, turntable juggling is one of, if not the best recruiting tool I have for getting folks to actually try out doubles in DDX. Alright, up next, got Samurai Scramble. I believe the DPA for this is an 11 we recently cleared. Yeah! I want to very quickly look at Red by Jack Trance, because I forget what my stats are on that. Okay, let's take it a little bit easier on Samurai, so then we can kind of go whole ham on Jack Trance. Yeah, just had trouble locking in. That's all right though, because yeah, we haven't done a whole lot of turntable stuff today, and it's relatively close to PB. So for trouble locking in, that's perfectly fine. Sorry, that's not PB. Oh, that's I think you're thinking of a Golden Cross, and that video is amazing. Not to mention, that's also one of the videos that got a reshoot by, I'm trying to remember the name of the group. They're a group out of Georgia, and they did a couple of, like, shot-by-shot, perfect replications of 2DX videos. It's actually got DM Asher in it. But yeah, sadly, Golden Cross isn't in 2DX because, you know, RemoCon, so womp womp. But yeah, amazing video. Alright, 2 down. 3 to go in the itchy and scratchy block. Up next, yeah, let's see if we can bump up Red by Jack Trance. Haven't played this a whole lot. You know, relatively new. Let's go!
One.
Yeah, no PB, but very happy with that execution. Plus, our early late was very close to 50-50. On Scratch Jazzy stuff, I tend to be slanted more towards early because I'm aggressive on turntable. So yeah, very happy with that. Huh, I'm not remembering the group name off the top of my head, but I wasn't immediately aware of anything bad with the name. Feel free to DM me about it, Kitty, and yeah, that's unfortunate. Alright, so, 2 more to go in the itchy and or scratchy block. Up next we've got Long Train Running. Right, it's got some kanji in front of it. Let's see. unhappy with that combo drop, but yeah, that is a solid PB. All right, so last but not least, can't do a scratch block without Shakanetsu. I mean, technically you could, but why would you? I still love how on singles, this is an absolute nightmare of a 10, and then meanwhile on doubles, it's one of the freest 9s you can possibly play. Such a fun song. Yeah, not too shabby. And again, Journey's much obliged for that block. Alright, so, before we jump into more shenanigans, half past the hour, so we've got roughly 30 minutes before what would be our next stretch break, but it'll be when we start wrapping up the stream, but plenty of time between now and then. And again, thank you all so much for being here. Have you been saying hi in chat, looking and vibing, or if you've been with me on the VOD or on YouTube, thank you so much for making me a part of your day. I hope folks are enjoying the stream and, more importantly, having a great weekend. And for anyone that might be new to the stream, it's wonderful to have you here. But also, please don't be afraid to ask any questions. A huge part of why I stream is to help folks either get into these games, or just get more involved with the music game community. Ooh. Some spicy additionals coming in, plus Natto Dealer's Choice. I think we can manage that. I do want to tack on one more to the block. There's a turntables heavy song that I haven't played all that frequently, and I want to get it into more frequent rotation just because it's a fun chart and absolutely love the song. super fun. Yeah, exactly, Cuvelia. Because like it's true for singles, but like especially for doubles, like if those charges and backspins, like if those aren't done well, that chart easily could be a nightmare. And it's not. It is wonderful to execute. Now, granted, the DPA is rip and tear. I forget if it's either a 0.4 or a 0.6. It is a 0.8. Okay. Yeah, because I remember I tried it once for funsies and, oh boy, that did not end well. But it didn't feel overcharged. It just, you know, it's a tougher 11. But yeah, like the normal and the hyper, just mwah, like whoever charted that, like happily buy them a round of drinks. When's multi-spin sweeper? That's a good question. Oh yeah, Mistake on the Lake is coming up. Alright, so up next, Uka's asking for a dealer's choice of Nado. We've got some really great choices, but we haven't played their debut in a while, so yeah, let's play Star Trek. Such good material. Oof, 200 over 40. What happened? We'll keep an eye on that, see if we need to really adjust offset. Might have just been a one time. And again, Uka, always happy to oblige. Thank you. Alright, let's see. So, it's been X days since Best of Moves played. So, I know I overplayed the heck out of that, because I'm a huge sucker for liquid drum and bass. And it has been a bit since we last played it. I think it's gotten to the point where like I'm trying to not play it for fear of having overplayed it. Yeah, it's been a bit. We'll run that back. So, before we dive into some other stuff, I kind of want to do that run back on that Poppin' song I was doing earlier, because stamina is starting to kick in. I also do have a request from Cuvelia for Liberation. So Liberation DPA is a relatively easy 12, and there's a lot of air quotes in that statement, but it's been a while since I last tried that, so why not? So yeah, we'll give that EX one more shot. Then we'll do something else for, kind of catching my breath. And then I think we'll do Liberation, just because, again, stamina is going to be a factor. So, first, let's see if we can get that EX on the books. Oof, not with that kind of start. We might need to readjust offset. Actually, you know what? Let's... With how bad the timing was on Star Trail, let's actually do a quick timing check. Hey, Skyrider! Wonderful to see you here. Hope you're having a good Saturday. Appreciate you tuning in and saying hi. Yeah, Skyrider may or may not be one of my IRL friends. Still working. Yeah, nothing wrong with that. You know, as folks can vouch for me on this, always say nothing wrong with the work and lurk. Again, any amount of time that you're willing to make me a part of your day, that's all that matters. And again, thank you. Yeah, hope the workload this morning hasn't been too unkind, and again, wonderful to have you here. Alright, so yeah, let's do a timing check, and then we'll go for the EX and then Liberation. Let's see, what else is in the queue? Let's see, I'm gonna decline 22 junk for now. I think Yum Yum Jelly's relatively on beat. And I know that was an additional. Yeah, I'd go for a couple of the other additionals in the queue, like Sequence Cat and Black Jackal or Quantum Teleportation, but yeah, those are not quite as straightforward as I'd like for a quick timing check. I've escaped the call center. I can actually work and chill out. Nice!
マジでキラキラきらめく誰にもあげないよスペシャルタイムクラウドヘイズもやもや晴れたら過ぎ通るからヤンジェリー
Oh, we only had one combo break. Nice. Plus, we'll take that +8. But, yeah, Sky, if there's anything you'd like to hear, just let me know. And if you're not familiar with what's in Infinitas, there is the list, or the song list. Plus, requests can be open-ended too. Worst case, I could always play an old DDR song. I may or may not have met Sky first by when I started playing DDR in the early 2000s. Hey, Nurse of Death! Wonderful to see you! Hope you've been well. Appreciate you tuning in. Yeah, we can definitely do Peptide. So I'm just about to try an EX attempt on another song and then a possible new 12. I just want to immediately get to those next just for stamina reasons. But then, yeah, absolutely we can do a Peptide. Great song from Gold. Also, thank you so much for following as well. Appreciate it. Alright, so let's see if we can get that EX, and then we'll go for Liberation, and then we've got Peptide and some other delightfully spicy stuff in the request queue. I'm good. Glad to hear. Familiar with any Phoenix? Yeah, yo can do. No, really? Oh, good for him. For folks that are alt-tabbed, Sky's letting me know someone from my OG DDR crew recently got married. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, we can totally get that. I just need to be a little bit cleaner. So, I'm going to quickly mark that for future runbacks. Whew. And again, Lierd, much obliged for originally requesting that towards the start of the stream. Yeah, that does have some Blaze Blue energy, Sky. You're not wrong. So, up next, it has been a while since we have tried this. I doubt today's going to be the day, but we're towards the end of the stream, relatively, so why not? Then after this, we've got Peptide for Nurse, and then Devil Dude was asking for colors earlier, so we could probably do that as our GDR throwback as well. Yeah, not today. I need to be more warmed up in 11s in terms from like a reading standpoint. But yeah, I will definitely try that the next Failing Forward session I do, which will be not tomorrow, but next session after. But appreciate that reminder, Kuvila, because yeah, it had been a while. Yeah, I think it's going to be best if I move on for right now. Whew. Alright, so, Nurse was asking for peptide, and I'm just realizing, given what's in the video for this song, username is on brand. And as we're about to jump into some classic stuff from Gold, quick reminder, 10 minutes before the hour, so roughly 10 minutes before we start wrapping up, whether you've been saying hi in chat or lurking and vibing, again, thank you so much for making me a part of your day. Same goes for folks that have been with me on the VOD or on YouTube, and for anyone that might be new to the stream, please don't be afraid to ask any questions. Huge part of why I stream is to help folks either get into these games or just get more involved with the music game community. As I mentioned, we are going to be wrapping up soon, and I do air quote that because there are some other additionals in the queue that I do want to get to, but there is a 50-point song request that everyone can use once per stream, and that's exactly why it's there. I always want to make sure everyone can request something every stream, so once we do get to that hour mark, any 50s that are in the queue, I will happily play all of them. It's just the 500 additional song requests that, no promises, but cross our bridges as we get to them, and plenty of time between now and then. So, yeah, let's slap some more keys. Yeah, we'll take minus 14. Such a good song. Interesting crossover, because it is it's the theme for a brain training game, if I remember correctly. And again, Nurse, much obliged for the request. It might be whack. It definitely has, like, some of his fingerprints, like, you know, sound-wise. But I'm not 100% sure. I'm checking right now. It's Taka, Tomosuke, and Krim, which is an unknown vocalist. But they've done a bunch of vocals for Tomosuke songs. So yeah, that's actually a three-way collab. But yeah, no whack, but not a bad guess. I'm kind of surprised actually. Huh. All right. Up next, Devil Dude was asking for colors. Plus, Sky's hoping for an old DDR song. So this nicely fits the bill. Remember we were talking about colors earlier, because on the Wine Co remix, it has a three-note run similar to a Narcissus. Yeah, why not? Right, then after this, I know it's been in the queue for a bit, but again, a lot of folks coming in and making additionals a little slow to get to. Cleo is asking for quantum teleportation, so that's going to be a bop. Then we've also got Sequence Cat, Black Jackal, Speed, some good stuff lined up. Let's get to it.
Feeling blue, I'm thinking of you. I was a fool to let you walk away. Tears in my eyes today make my world the color of blue.
Such a good remix. But yeah, that three-note run section, yeah, that is awful. And yeah, again, Kivelia, amazing work yesterday. Yeah, it's not so often I'm able to tune in and lurk with other folks when they stream, and it's something I do feel bad about. But really glad I managed to catch that session, just A, because being able to see you live. Whew. And then it also was a fire session. Whew. Such a good song, such a good remix. And again, Devil Dude, Sky, much obliged. Alright, so, it's taken us a little bit to get to this, but again, a lot of folks requesting stuff today, so no complaints. But Cleopatra was wondering about Quantum, which, again, extra hard on doubles as opposed to singles. I am, yeah, not in the mood for that hyper right now, but happy to play it on normal, because very atypical LED song. I'm personally quite a fan. Also, we are just hitting the hour mark. So again, there are a few additionals in the queue that I do want to get to. Namely, Kifeli was asking for Rage against Usual. Kitty was asking for Sequence Cat. Also, Journeys with Black Jackal, Eulogere with Speed. I do want to get to all of those, and then maybe Best of Me. But again, once I do play through all of those, if there are no other 50-point requests in the queue, then at that point we'll start wrapping up, finding someone to raid. But that's easily like 20 minutes from now. And again, wonderful to have you all here. Again, great song, but boy, that Hyper and the Another are more than out for blood. And Nurse, appreciate you enjoying the Lexi emote. And again, I just have a couple emotes of Lexi just for the sake of having them, but I am hoping over this weekend to get a few specific photos with certain emotes in mind. And before I forget, Cleo, much obliged for that request. Up next, right, Kitty Catastrophe is asking for a Sequence Cat. I know some folks hate this song. I'm a huge fan. Just, this Hyper is not a 10. Not at all. Just making sure I'm caught up on chat. How many BB Academies do I used to have in my house again? Just one. So I did own a 2DX machine at one point for a few years. In addition to that, I had an Astro City cab, Tycho, and Guitar Freaks and Drum Mania, in addition to a stand-up MAME cab as well. Given that it was a very small colonial that was essentially only a one-bedroom, yeah, I'm still kind of amazed I had all of those machines in there, let alone it was also livable. I'm so glad we didn't choke, because I was hoping to get that pushed up to a triple. Because again, like, relatively speaking, not that difficult of a chart, in the grand scheme of things, but, for the skill level we're at, yeah, very happy to finally get that over the finish line for the triple. Woo! Much obliged, kitty. Could not imagine all that. Yeah, it was, interesting, to say the least. Yeah, I think there are still some videos on YouTube if you look hard enough. Yeah, we do have, there are still some videos up on a now dead channel for just the machine. But I know that I used to have a walkthrough of the house. I just can't immediately find it. Alright, so, onwards. Let's see, up next. I think I'm going to decline Rage for now, Kivelia, just because I do want to do Best of Me instead. We'll see timing-wise. I might sneak it in. But first, Journey's is asking for Black Jackal. So, I wasn't aware of the original from Dance Rush, because I first heard this in Nostalgia, and it's heavily reworked by Akuda. A lot of the synth work from Kidda Complex is replaced with piano, for obvious reasons, but... Well, I don't dislike this version, although I know some folks are not a fan. I adore the treatment that's got in Nostalgia. Oh no! So yeah, arcade board collecting, that can get out of hand very quickly, both in terms of the sheer amount of stuff you have, like from a space and logistics standpoint, and then also price-wise as well. Congratulations on your new hobby. I am so sorry. I was hoping to hang on to that PB, but minus 43? Oh, that's perfectly fine. Such an interestingly technical chart, the way it toggles between sections. Ooh. And that's not the favorite for most folks from the Killer Complex, but I'm quite fascinated by that song. Journeys, much obliged for the request. And yeah, to be clear, 68K, like, I do wish you luck, but I'm also glad to hear that you're doing a lot of the maintenance aspect of it, because maintenance is not for me. Like, a huge part of why I got the arcade cab when I did, part of it was, you know, it was a big deal for the local community in terms of, like, sentimentality. And then also just flat out for access, because, you know, this was in the late 2000s. And, you know, Infinitas wasn't a thing, home emulation wasn't nearly as good as it would have been, so, but at the same time, like, I am awful with physical maintenance, like doing software updates and software, like, troubleshooting, sure, but anytime I had to open up that arcade machine to do maintenance, it was always terrifying. Like, arcade machine or arcade board ownership, it is not for everyone. So hearing that you've also, like, you know, got the either the skills, the motivation, or both for doing, you know, the maintenance side of things, honestly, really happy to hear that. All right, so let's see. We have a question from Galadre for speed. I think before we do that, Kivili was also asking for Rage Against Usual because, again, the new Legendaria of that is air quotes hilarious. But also, Rage is a great song, and I don't mind playing it a little more frequently as a result. Let's go! Fun song. Actually like working with hardware. Yeah, and like for me, just also because, you know, for me, like I work in IT, but I'm all School of Hard Knocks. Like I was always more on the software side of things. Like I've never really been a hardware person. So like, you know, for folks that have that passion, you know, more power to them. Good break from the thing I do for money. Yep, that too. Because yeah, like when you do work in like that kind of an industry, like sometimes it's nice to have like projects that are just for you, and like, you know, it's something that you're doing that sparks joy, just to literally spark joy. Totally get that. Woo. All right, so 15 minutes past the hour. Again, wonderful to have you all here. We are going to be wrapping up soon, but first, I again just want to say thank you all so much for being here. We have had a ton of folks tuned in today, and we still do. Whether you've been saying hi in chat or lurking and vibing, thank you so much for being here and making me a part of your day. Really do appreciate it. Same goes if you've been with me on the VOD or on YouTube. And for anyone that might have joined in recently and is new to the stream, wonderful to have you here. But also, please don't be afraid to ask any questions. Huge part of why I stream is to help folks either get into these games or just get more involved in the music game community. So, even though we are going to be wrapping up soon, again, song requests are open. And there is a 50-point song request for a reason. I always want to make sure that everyone, newcomers and regulars and alike, can always request at least one song every stream. And even if you are new to the stream or new to the game, don't let that stop you. There is a song list available if you do want to check things out. Plus, requests can be open-ended as well. It can just be like a genre or a mood. Heck, some of the best requests I've gotten are questions like, what's a fun chart you enjoy playing? Stuff like that. Again, just making sure folks do get requests in if that's something that sounds like you're interested in doing, because after these next two songs, I'm probably going to be playing one more, and then if there's nothing else in the queue, then at that point we'll start wrapping up. But for right now, Eladra is asking for speed. So I remember 16 Proof was the last song by Izumi in Bimani. And again, what a legend. Like, one of, if not the, like, heart and soul for Guitar Freaks and Drum Mania. So much fun. Yeah, I know that that's not from Gitadora, but again, suffers from Gitadora timing, being, just a little tricky to time, but it's so good. It is a shame that we're not going to be getting any more songs from Izumi, because, he rightfully retired, but just what a legend of a composer and performer. Whew. And as always, a Hiladre. Much obliged. Alright. So, up next, Kivelia's reminding me that, it's been X days since we played Best of Me. And again, I don't think I've been playing it as much recently because I've gotten to the point of where I'm going to overplay the heck out of this, and then I'm going to avoid playing it because I'm afraid of overplaying it. before we jump into some choice Mausen, well, first off, Mix, wonderful to see you. Hope you're having a good weekend, and thank you for making me a part of it. And also, 16 months. Again, like, time the past couple of years is just so odd because it does not feel like it has been nearly that long. Thank you so much. Very, very kind of you. Appreciate it. Hey! Wait, are you saying nope in regards to, having a good day? Because I hope that's not the case. But also, before we jump into some choice Mausen, I was about to say it's been a little bit since I last mentioned this. And again, quite a few folks tuned in, so I do want to repeat the message. Remember, folks, you matter, you are valid, you deserve to be happy. I know I repeat this message and the reasoning behind it fairly frequently, but again, when you're having trouble, anxiety, depression, stress, whatever it might be, starts to overwhelm you, you are literally going to get overwhelmed. Your, sense of perspective is going to get warped. And the lies that things can never change, you don't have any influence over your situation, things will never get better, you don't deserve to be happy, they might seem less like lies and more like the truth. And again, my repetition here is so that hopefully, despite how incredibly difficult being in that situation and in that moment might be, I hope you're able to remember that that's not true. Things can always change for the better. And anything you do have control over and are able to actually take action on to improve your situation, no matter how small of an improvement, it's an improvement nonetheless and is worth doing and properly celebrating and, congratulating yourself for getting done. Again, you matter. You are valid. You deserve to be happy. And the world is always a better place because of you being in it. And for what it's worth, I'm incredibly grateful to have you all here. Such a good song. Much obliged for that, Kivelia. Great time being all heck. Hoping things overall are relatively okay, because as some of you folks in chat might know, Nix is currently up against some pretty awful things in a situation due to their landlord being an idiot, to put things briefly and politely. Appreciate the good vibes, Sky, and again, wonderful to have you here. And yeah, I might have an idea of what you might be here for. So, and on that note, if you have not yet requested a song, 50-point song requests are still open. I apologize for the repetition, but doing my best to ring the bell for last call, because we may or may not be playing some Denpa Metal from Mix, and then at that point playing Game Changers, because, you know, I play Game Changers every stream. And then at that point, if there's nothing else in the queue, we'll have our final incandescence. But for right now, one of these days that song preview isn't going to make me laugh or smile, and today's not that day. Again, so glad that I came around on that song, because, yeah, absolutely love that. It's not quite moe death metal, it's more denpa death metal, but there absolutely is some adjacency, Sky. So, 1 second. So, there's a website called RemiWiki. It's a fan-run, English-based fan site for all things Bimani. So, the link I'm about to toss in chat, that is that song that I just played. So if you do want to see other stuff by that artist, if you go to Composition and Arrangement, which is ARM, you can then see their profile, but also all the other music they've done in Bimani, not just 2DX. To be fair though, not a whole lot like this. There are a couple songs, but a lot of Denpa is usually more like high-end techno. And the bigger thing is the vocals being kind of super high-pitched, not quite in tune, and kind of cartoonish. Stuff like this. And also, Denpa as a genre is a bit divisive in the community, to the point where I may or may not have a custom command for it. But yeah, again, that Remy Wiki link I just put in chat, that is the name of that track, and following that link will take you to the Remy Wiki page for that song. And as always, if you have any questions, please don't hesitate. And Scootsman, wonderful to see you! Hope you're having a good weekend. Appreciate you tuning in and saying hi. And before I forget, Mix, happy as always to play that for you. Also wonderful to have you here as well. So, we haven't played Game Changers yet. And as most of you folks know, yeah, this is the current new hotness that I am overplaying. And so, let's fix that. And again, if you haven't yet requested something, 50 pointers are still open. I always like to make sure I can play something for everyone every stream. And again, if I don't have anything else in the queue, once we finish up Game Changers, then at that point it'll be time for our final incandescence. Wonderfully Kai. Yeah, like, I'm not a huge fan of a lot of Dempa. So when that first came out, I hated it. And then luckily I came to my senses because, yeah, no, that song's amazing. Scootsman, weekend's just getting started, but good start for sure. Oh, thank you. I'm glad I'm able to get things off to a decent start, and more importantly, thank you for making me a part of your day. Really do appreciate it.
This is a demonstration of sound. Are you ready?
Absolutely love that. All right, so with that, I do not see anything else in here. So I do believe it is going to be time for us to wrap up the stream. Of course, before we wrap up, first we need to find someone to raid. And, you know, can't do the raid without first doing, you know, shout-outs and thank yous. But first, as always, it's time for a final incandescence.
burning.
Decade later, still head over heels in love with that song. All right, so that is going to be the stream for today. Again, thank you all so much for being here, whether you've been in chat, working and vibing, or if you've been with me on the VOD or on YouTube. Thank you so much for making me a part of your day. Really do appreciate it. So I'll be live next tomorrow, starting at 8 a.m. Eastern. We're going to be doing some more requests and chill, but we're going to be switching to Poppin' Lively. I'm actually pretty excited because there are some major changes to Poppin' that are happening this month. And right now there is a celebration going on for Poppin' Lively's 1-year anniversary. So yeah, super looking forward to that. Hope to see you then. But until next, whenever that might be, please, everybody, take care. Be safe. I hope you continue to have a wonderful weekend. And before we find someone to raid, I do want to take a moment to say thank you to everyone that did de-lurk and say hi during the stream. As always, I track all of this manually mid-stream, so if I do miss anyone or anything, I apologize. But without further ado, let's get started. Qvelia, always wonderful to have our favorite healer in chat. And again, congratulations on all of the recent gains and progress you've been making. Again, that session yesterday was straight fire. Fippy, always wonderful to see you. And Kitty Catastrophe, love having you here. Always got great suggestions and requests from the old but gold material, along with just great chatter in general. Much obliged. Demonologist, wonderful to see you. Hope you and the wife have been well and are continue being well. A little frazzled because long stream, but anyways. Okabe, wonderful to see you. Hope you're having a good Saturday evening at this point. Kieran's Creator, great to see you again. Malezra, appreciate you stopping in, saying hi, and I know Lexi appreciates it as well. Princess Mexico, great to see you. Silly Laird, wonderful to have you here. Congrats on the incoming 2DX controllers. Again, hope all the ordering and shipping goes smoothly. Dot, wonderful to have you here, and so happy to hear that the move to the UK has been going, as smoothly as it has, and you and your family being as happy as you are, because y'all deserve it. And also, thank you so much for the resub. Very kind of you. Devil Dude, hype as always to have you here, and sorry to hear that you were having trouble with getting DTX up and running. If you're still having trouble, please do not hesitate to let me know. Happy to assist however I can. And again, Yoladre and Lierd, thank you for resupplying those links in chat. I made sure to bookmark them this time, so I'll actually have them on reference. And also, thank you for being helpful as you usually are. Jamich, wonderful to see you. I know you might be streaming at this point, and really looking forward to doing that Crossbeats block with you in a week as part of Fastest Furs coming up next weekend. And I know Nightbot has been making some noise about that, but again, Fastest Furs is holding a marathon next weekend, benefiting Trans Lifeline, and Friday night, Jamich and I will be doing some silliness on stream to help raise money for a great cause, and I am super excited. Yoladre, wonderful to see you. Rachie, been a while since I saw you in chat. So happy to hear that life has been treating you well. Same with Qvelian. Hope you've also been well. Bakamitai, great to see you again, and so glad to hear that work at the arcade's been going well. Kawachi, thank you so much for raiding. And really happy to hear that Resident finally arrived, because I know upgrades to Resident outside of Japan have been a thing. But yeah, so happy to hear that it's up and running and that you had a good session. Also with Restartsy almost getting the Safari. And again, thank you so much for raiding. And Sapphire Melon, Restartsy, appreciate you coming through on that raid. 68K, wonderful to see you. And Congratulations on the arcade board collecting. I hope that continues to go well for you, and hope you don't run out of room in your house. Ukumuko, wonderful to see you. Hope you're having a good weekend. Sky, appreciate you popping in. Hope the work and lurk has been enjoyable. Nurse of Death, appreciate you stopping in and saying hi for the first time, and glad to hear that the weekend's been treating you well, and thank you for making me a part of it. The delightful Mistress Mix, appreciate you coming in. Hope Dempa Metals made your day a little bit brighter, and again, looking forward to an upcoming event that may or may not have been announced regarding everything that's going on. And last but not least, Scootsman, always lovely to have you here. Glad that my shenanigans are helping get the weekend off on a good start for you. So, that should be everything and everyone. If I did miss anything, please forgive me. But for now, let's refresh Twitch and find someone to raid. Again, I'll be live next tomorrow, starting at 8 a.m. Eastern. We'll be doing some Poppin' Lively. But for now, let's see who we should say hi to. See a couple folks that are live. I'm just trying to see who I haven't rated most recently. Let's all go say hi to Nowhere. So, some of you are familiar with the Nowhere Dance Club, but for anyone who isn't, they are a DDR Stepmania streamer. They are incredibly chill. They are very request and chill. Super laid back, super positive. Absolutely love their vibe and atmosphere. So, always happy to raid them. So, until next time, whether that's tomorrow or otherwise, again, everyone, please take care. Be safe. I hope you all continue to have a wonderful weekend. And for now, let's all go say hi to Nowhere. Cheers, everybody.